CB financial products. A very, very warm welcome today, guys. Today is going to be a different day. That's what we have expected. That, um, of course, with Fed rate decision coming in the pipeline, that's what we were expecting. That the markets are going to boom today and have an excellent, like a rally that was expected. But let's just see, let's just begin the day. Let's start and see where we are headed and what it's like expected, in the coming few hours, a week, whatever. So you remember, guys, I was going on telling that September 16th to 17th is a very crucial time, or September 15th to 17th is going to be like really crucial time for all of us, because there are some important decisions that are coming up, and that is what is going to drive the markets crazily. So with that, Bitcoin trading at 116,295, experiencing a modest 0.85% gain. Ethereum is priced at 4495.10, showing a slight decline of 0.21 or 0.16% as of now. The cryptocurrency market capitalization is standing at 51 neutral. The overall market capitalization is at 4.03 trillion. You can clearly see reflecting a 0.5 decrease. And this dip is to investor caution ahead of the Federal Reserve's anticipated interest rate decision. So some liquidations have definitely happened in recent past. We can see Ethereum also gone down, like after like reaching 4,730 on the charts. It's now come down to 4,400. So there is definitely a major reason for Ethereum to go down. Now, what is the major reason? Of course, I've shared this in my community too, and I'll share it with you guys too here. So the major reason for it, just a second, let me just reiterate. So the major reason is there has been like over the past 48 hours, Ethereum's like whales have sold around 90,000 Ethereum, causing a 6.5% drop from 4757 to 4510. Profit taking drove the dip, but Ethereum has since rebounded 1.4%. Bullish outlook ahead. Tom Lee basically predicts Ethereum could hit 5,500 by mid-October as the Fed's expected rate cut fuels a monster move in crypto. So there's definitely a lot to watch, and we have to continue watching all of this. So don't worry on that part. It like cryptocurrency is always on the go, is always on the run of, markets always coming down, going up, coming down. Up. This roller coaster ride is always going to be part of our cryptocurrency. Just a second, just all right. Okay. While I take you through the technical analysis part of it, let me just also the Federal Reserve's policy meeting concludes today with expectation of a rate cut move, historically seen as a favorable, decision for digital assets. Let's just see if we have anything that's in the pipeline. Let's see if there is any Federal Reserve meetings or things like that we can check. Fed meeting, any FOMC meetings currently. I don't know if the time
Just master AI tools. This is the opportunity you can't miss in 2025. Let's be real. Most people over 40 use ChatGPT like it's Google. Copy, paste, ask a basic question, move on. That's not how smart people use AI. Tomorrow, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
There and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that they do. So and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the world will be over by then.
No, but if you think about it, terror in April, and since then has come down, and that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Rugaber.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in
Today, members of the Federal Reserve begin their meeting to decide interest rate cuts, on if they should make interest rate cuts, with renewed pressure from President Trump. The president posting on social media this message to Fed Chair Jerome Powell, quote, "Too late, must cut interest rates now, and bigger than he had in mind, housing will soar." Bunch of exclamation marks there. Joining us now is senior markets reporter for Axios, Madison Mills, who I was saying during the break has the best name in the business. Madison, great to have you in our new home this morning. Thanks for being with us. This meeting comes after a number of red flag warnings in the economy. So help us understand what those warnings are and how it will shape this decision.
That's exactly right. We just had a jobs number revision indicating that over the last 12 months, about 1 million fewer jobs were added to the economy than we initially thought, which is just a massive difference in how you view the strength of our labor market. And then at the same time, you have inflation ticking up. And this is what the Federal Reserve has been sort of fighting against since the pandemic and since we saw these supply chain shocks leading to record high price increases. They were starting to make some progress to that end. Inflation was coming down, but then you had these tariffs put in place, and we are starting to see evidence that tariffs are fueling inflation. That presents a really difficult dynamic for the Federal Reserve because propping up the labor market and fighting inflation, those are two different things in terms of the treatment from the Fed. One requires cuts, one requires higher interest rates. So that's where the dynamic is.
And each of those decisions carries with it some type of unique consequence. So if the Fed does decide to cut rates, as is an expectation, what would that mean for our viewers in the next few months, this fall, for example?
Well, it's really interesting to hear the president saying that housing will soar off the back of rate cuts. That really depends on the bond market, because if bond investors push up something like the 10-year yield, that's what's tied to your mortgage rates, your credit card rates, right? So it really depends on how Wall Street responds to the Federal Reserve's interest rate that is really tied to very short-term rates versus those long-term rates. So it's not necessarily the case that if we get a 25 basis point cut, suddenly mortgage rates are going to drop. That relationship is a little bit more complex.
Right. It's also important to remember how it's not a direct, as you just laid out, not a direct connection to the rates we pay, but it's all kind of in the same financial pot in a way. Is the committee likely to even be united on any decision? And if not, what does that mean?
Right, of course not these days, right? You have, as I laid out, all of this economic data is creating this like very confusing soup for the Federal Reserve because it's so mixed and we're having such a divergent economy right now, especially from low income to higher income consumers.
Right.
Depending on what data you look at, you can get a totally different picture of the economy. And then this meeting is going to be really interesting because Stephen Murin, Trump's economic advisor, is set to attend the meeting after getting confirmed late last night. So we're certainly expecting to have a mixed Federal Reserve in terms of their votes on where interest rates should be set going forward.
All right, Madison Mills, always great to have you here. Come back anytime, all right?
you.
You've broken the set in, so you're welcome back. Open
Thank
invitation.
you so much.
Good to see
Appreciate
you.
it.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by
So the major let's just first so the US market basically at this moment the major indices S&P 500 ETF down by 0.5% and it is trading at 660 dollars. Nasdaq 100 ETF basically also down by 0.04%, and Dow Jones also down by 0.29%, trading at $458.78. Total market value, total stock market ETF VTI basically is at $325.45, down by 0.313%. So US equities are experiencing a pullback as investors await the Federal Reserve's rate decision, and the Dow Jones Index has led the declines while the Nasdaq 100 sought its 10th consecutive days of gain. On the global markets front, foreign investors are returning to China's 19 trillion stock market, encouraged by recent policy shift and economic reforms. The Nifty 50 and Sensex indices closed higher, bolstered by gains in major stocks like State Bank of India and Reliance Industries ahead of US Federal Reserve policy in outcome. Okay, so Nifty 50, Sensex, also they closed higher. So all the cryptocurrency markets, so not the cryptocurrency, all the other stock markets basically are doing well. I think most of them are down, like, but not to that extent, like S&P, Nasdaq, Dow Jones, total stock market. Like whenever we see such kind of decision do come up, the stock markets, like they basically are on par, while the other cryptocurrency market or something like which is very very risky, they tend to see a lot of growth during such phases. And today being the day where the Federal Reserve is supposed to be announcing some very important things, uh, that's what I was trying to look out for some information at this moment, if there is any kind of information regarding like what's happening currently, if the meeting has started or not. So I was not able to find out much information, but if I find something, I will be sharing with you guys. Don't worry on that aspect. Gold, anyways, basically is trading at 339.59, up by 0.19%. Silver at $38.60, down by 0.41%. Oil 75.67, up by 1.91%. So that is what is happening on the commodity side. Let's move on and check if we've got any buying or selling opportunity. Let's just trade. Let me find if I have any information about FOMC meeting.
price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing. Why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just.
So at this moment, the point of discussion here is what is expected in this meeting is basically the Fed is widely expected to cut its benchmark interest rate by 25 basis point, like which is 0.25%. That would bring the federal funds target range to around 4 to 4.25% from the previous 4.25 to 4.5%. Economic projections updated. The Fed will release updated projections, dot plan on growth, inflation, unemployment, etc. Observers expect modest upward revisions to concerns over inflation, slightly more pessimistic outlooks for employment. Balance of risk is seen as shifting towards downside risk. Policy statement and guidance. The statement will likely stress what while inflation remains above target. Recent data shows weakening labor market conditions. There will be a careful language. There will be careful language about future cuts. The extent and timing of additional rate adjustments likely depending on incoming data. Some Fed governors may dissent, some might want a larger, faster cut, others might want fewer or even oppose cutting now. This political tension, newly confirmed Governor Stephen Miran is likely to favor a cut. Meanwhile, the White House has tried to remove Governor Lisa Cook, but courts blocked that. So the rate decision and Fed's updated economic projections expected to be released around 2 p.m. ET. So what time is it as per ET? Let's see. So it's 8:20 a.m. right now. So 2 p.m. is what is expected. Chair Powell will hold a press conference around 2:30 p.m. to explain the decision and answer questions. All right. So there are some expectations out of this meeting, which is obviously the rate cut, which we are expecting about 25 basis point. And other than that, updated projections on growth, inflation, and unemployment is what is expected out of this particular meeting. So let's continue to watch while we are waiting for just a second. So most likely, so in the news, the Federal Reserve meeting is likely to happen at 2 p.m. ET, which is Eastern time. So I think 2 p.m. Eastern time is almost like around 10 p.m. for us in Dubai. Probably, you guys have to check it as per your timings too. Like whichever country you belong to, you need to check it as per your timing, because the timing of that particular country matters a lot, because at that point in time, whenever you're taking trade, your trade will matter because of that. So you have to be careful on that front. Okay, so at this moment, you can see as we are trading live, we have Ethereum. And I told you that just about 48 hours ago, Ethereum touched like 4,700 also. And Ethereum basically, after bail sell off, basically Ethereum is standing at 4493 at the moment. So you can clearly see it's at 43.86 on RSI. And you need to see on all the time frames, if it's reaching any exhaustion level, then we will have a buy position here. So let's continue to see that. $55, $56. Guys, it's near the neutral zones at the moment, and taking trade at this point in time can be a riskier affair. So hold on. Ethereum at the starting of the day has remained at 4426. That was what started with. But I think this is for 16th September, not today. So since September 17th, the lowest it went was still 4466. Mana chart is still at the neutral zones. 45 minutes chart is also near the neutral zones. 15 minutes chart has just crossed the neutral zone. You can see in all the charts you're basically either near the neutral zone or just above the neutral zone. So today you might see market making some extraordinary moves. Possibility is there. So be prepared of that. However, I would want you guys to trade safely because volatility is associated with cryptocurrency, but you have to be very, very careful in terms of when to enter, when to exit, and all of that. Above the neutral zone, below, not above, not below, above the neutral zone again. 1 hour chart just near the neutral zone. 4 hours chart just near the neutral zones. So whether you want to do futures trading in SOE or you want to do spot trading in Ethereum, whatever, both the options are available on Zbit platform. Download this application so that you can start your crypto journey. So if you think from here onwards the price is going to go up, whether it's for Ethereum or for SUI, then you can take a futures trade predicting that the price is going to go up. Like, you can do a short sell. Zbit application has all the features that you're looking for to start a spot and futures trading journey, guys. So I think in all my sessions, I do explain about how to use the platform for, futures trading as well. It's a simple thing where in spot trading you basically go and just buy and sell basis current market condition. There you are just taking a chance, a speculative decision whether or not market is going to go up or down. So either ways you're going to make money if your prediction goes right. So you have to decide whether you want to short sell it or you want to long buy. So if your predictions turns out to be correct, you can make money in both the ways. So at this present time, I can see on all my charts, SUI is at, neutral zones. But I think in the 5 minutes chart, just about a couple of minutes ago, it reached till exhaustion levels, like at around 10 o'clock in the morning, as per UTC. It reached the exhaustion levels. It was around 3.55, I would say. But other than that, 15 minutes chart, also saw a dip. Like obviously, it was at around 9 or 10 o'clock that we saw a dip. But on a 45 minutes time frame, it's still yet to reach its over exhaustion level, so it's not reached till there. Keeping today's low and today's high, you can decide what range you can buy it at. Guys, any questions for me, you can ask me in the stream. So after almost, I don't think so, it's reached its exhaustion levels though, 65.65. So it can still go over exhausted, like overbought, and then can come down. Here you can see the price reach like 4513. So let the price go. Let me open the 24-hour high and low and see what Ethereum's 24-hour high and low has been. So 4428 is what it went till, and so far 4554 is the highest. So the FOMC meeting is scheduled for 10 p.m. In, like, when it's 10 p.m. in Dubai. At the moment it's 4:38, which is like 5 o'clock. We have to wait for more 5 hours for the FOMC meeting to happen, and then we might see the prices. If in case the rate cuts are continued, like the Federal Reserve continues to share the details that they would like to cut the rates and things like that, might see the markets going up. That is what is expected. Let me share the details in the community. Guys, if any of you join these streams for the first time and you are not part of my community, please share your Telegram ID and password. Not password, sorry, Telegram ID and phone number or whatever you have, email ID or phone number, so that I can add it to my community, guys. Mm. So here we can see there is a big supply zone that has been marked. This can be the supply zone, which is between 4555, 4465 to 4555. So that's between our low to high. And here also there's another supply. Again, price retested this zone. So somehow looks like the price will again retest this zone. It anyways has tested till this time, till 4480. Okay. So this is almost, you can see guys clearly that this zone again and again is getting revisited, which means that this is the most demanding and the most buying, like this is the place where a lot of buying keeps happening and a lot of selling also keeps happening after a major buy. So the price got retested here, the price got retested here. So it might as well mean that the price might get tested here or might as well go in the upward direction, which is very much possible. So of late we haven't seen price go, like for Ethereum especially, going like in the upward direction, right? After it made the recent high of 4900, uh, we didn't see that price zone got tested. So today's meeting can be a very crucial thing where a price might get tested, and it might basically reach a new high altogether, which is very much possible. So let's see if I have any information. Let me see. So Ethereum is trading around 4,490. You can see there are mixed technical indicators. Some are suggesting bearish pressure in shorter time frames. Others are indicating support zones holding. So support levels to watch. We've seen 4,400 to 4,420 is our support, and stronger zone near 4,300. So that's basically the support zones. But then the thing is, there is a lot of demand in those zones because price is getting tested again and again on that level. The resistance levels at this current time is at 4695 to 4700, because just about 48 hours ago we saw it reaching above 4700, and then if the current scenario is going to hold, then we might see Ethereum breaking about 4695 resistance with strong volume. And if there is any sideways consolidation, the price might be around 4,450 to 4,600. And if the support is near 4,400, which it will hold, bulls can't push through resistance low, volatility, choppy trading, then it might stay near 4,400. And if there is a bearish pullback, which is the totally opposite of it, then the price might stay between 4,300 to 400. And if the selling pressure increases or macro headwinds, example negative sentiment or Fed outcomes, then push ETH down. Falling below 4,400 would expose further downside. So all of this is very much required. Fund strat, Mark Newton. So if you see Ethereum reaching 4,300 or lesser levels than that, then you might as well want to go and buy it at that dip. Okay. So today is a very crucial day. If Ethereum is breaking past 4,695 resistance that it has created for today, it might, reach towards 5,000 or $5,200. So that is what is possible. All right. So on my 15 minutes time frame, it's near the neutral zones. On my 45 minutes time frame is also near the neutral zones. My 1 hour chart is also near the neutral zone. 4 hours chart is almost near the neutral zone. So we can expect it to go further down. So if you see a dip somewhere around 4,300 for Ethereum, it's time to buy, guys. Don't worry. 4,000 to 4,300 is always a level which should be used for buying. Okay, which is a buying level. Okay. So guys, today be cautious while trading because the FOMC meeting is still the kind of expectations we have is obviously positive, but you never know what can happen in the last like last moment or something like that. So we have to be very careful in terms of what decision we should take. The momentum is like slightly slow right now, so because it's trading near the neutral zones, I'm still not able to find any buying position as yet. wait for the right time and then take a trade. And also, don't put all your money, whatever you have, in crypto, because it's very, very risky. And moreover, today being a decision making day for all of us, it can be a riskier thing. And you have to be careful whenever you're trading. Still under the neutral zones for all the time frames right now. So if this is the zone that gets tested before 10 p.m. today, then we are at a very, very good position for long buy. This is the zone that we should be targeting at when we are planning to buy. So right now you can clearly see from last about from this zone, if I draw a horizontal line here, the price is just playing around this zone to this zone. So it's just like in a consolidation phase at the moment. It's just moving in this zone only. So until unless either it breaks through this resistance level that it has created of 4557, like past 15, I think since 15th September it is just moving in that direction. It's like in a consolidation phase at the moment. So either a break below this can be Although if we kind of increase the view for this particular trade, like, it does look like it's in an upward trend, but then I would say it's still in consolidation phase, guys. So there's buying that's going on at this level. So So as you can see, this is the Zbit platform. This is a desktop version of it. We have both spot and futures market here. So under spot market, um, we have close to 32 pairs, and in futures we have just a sec. And in futures we have 100 pairs right now. So you can choose our platform to start trading on crypto. The simple procedure, you need to log on to just a sec. I think I'm typing. I think this was a mistake. So it's reaching overbought conditions. 5 minutes time frame, 15 minutes. Also, it's above the neutral zone. 45 minutes also is showing. All of them are near the consolidation zones. Just now, what you saw was the long position that we took on in futures. So I try to just put a limit order where I put it as if the price reaches 4509, I used my 100% leverage and I tried to open a long and I kept my uh, take profit at market price, whatever the market price at that point in time would be, I would take a profit at that level. So you saw that my overall balance, let me see. I'm taking a market order at current price, and from here I'm expecting the price to go up. So my take profit is at 4506. Let me see the charts first. So there are different types of orders, as you know, on the futures market. They're more or less similar, but few differences here and there, which I'll explain you in a short while. This is near the neutral zone. This also is near the neutral zone. Near the neutral zone. So what do you think? The price will go up or price will go down? So if you're predicting that the price will go up, you need to take an open long position here, taking 100% as the margin. So you see, guys, I took a buy position, but unfortunately price went down, because of which my order got executed and my order didn't go well. Like the price basically here, I was predicting that the price will go up 4,506 is what I was predicting. But unfortunately, the order got executed, and because the price went below that level, the order got executed, and the order, I faced a loss of that much amount. But this is how tricky, and this is how easy or difficult, whatever you want to call, is futures trading is. Your prediction, if it is right, can get you profits. If it is wrong, can also get you get you into losses. But in both the ways you can make money. The beauty of futures trading is, the beauty of is like you can make money through selling as well as buying. So all you have to do is, you are just speculating in this particular scenario. Now different types of orders and different types of options that you see here. I don't know if you're able to see this on the screen. Let me see. From that time I'm making orders. I don't know if you're able to see this on the screen properly or not. Okay, let me make the screen a little smaller. Maybe that's when you will be able to see. So in my previous order, what I tried to do is, I predicted that the markets are going to go up, and I took a trade, like I opened a long position with prediction that probably it will reach 4506. But unfortunately, instead of reaching 4506, it went for something like 4501 something, 450 something. So which means that my prediction didn't go right, and my order got executed immediately, and I got the loss. And this is where it is, you can see it. So when you're trading in spot trading, it's more or less like whatever is happening in current market, you're trying to predict. There there are no such conditions as such. The order getting executed, not getting executed, if the conditions are not met. There you have the liberty of holding on to the position until unless you feel like selling it yourself. In a spot order, the best part is like you can actually keep it forever, like till the time you feel like selling it completely. Or if you think you want to hold it, you can hold it. If you don't want to hold it, you can sell it anytime, with loss, without loss, whatever. But in futures, there is a difference. The difference is, you cannot hold in futures forever. Like if the conditions that you put in while you placing the orders, those conditions are not met, then you will lose out on all of the money. So that is what is the difference. Okay, so here you have the leverage levels. Up to 125x is what you can take the leverage, and there are different types of orders. So you know the difference between the cross and the isolated margin, right? Cross margin basically will take all the all the margin that you have even taken for another positions as well. So one position can be lost, like one position can be in loss, another can be in profit. So it will take away all of that. But in what do you call, in isolated margin, it's just restricted towards your crypto only, whichever you are buying and selling. And the limit order basically is, limit order is like when you place an order predicting some futuristic value. Like it can be either ways, it can be either positive, it can be negative. You think it can further go down, and you want to basically open a long position. Or if you think that it's going to go up, sorry, if it's going to go up, then you take a long position, and if you're predicting it's going to go down, you will short the position. So that is totally dependent on you. Yeah, you have two options. You can either order it by size or by value, and you can decide whether you want to buy or sell 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. That's your choice totally. Okay. So 15 minutes, 45 minutes, short, 1 hour chart. All on the development zones too. We have a lot of room for it to go down. Probably in shorter time frames, it might have reached exhaustion levels or something. Yeah. Let's see Ethereum's chart. 4 hour is almost near the exhaustion levels, 46, 46. It's almost reaching 30 and below, so it's most likely We are almost reaching the desired results that we are looking for, either for a short or a long position. Let's see. I know this is not a coincidence, but one of the very weirdest coincidences what I have always you know observed is whenever Ethereum is going down, Sui is also going down. Whenever Ethereum is going up, Ethereum Sui is also going up. Although it's not like uh, there's no correlation between the two, but still I don't know for some reason the charts are more or less performing on the similar lines only for both of them. That's just my observation. Anyways, it's of no, that information is of no use for sure. So the momentum is very slow right now, guys. So Guys, taking trades at these levels are usually they are you know, institutional, I would say, I don't have a better term for it, but it's like um at this point in time, institutions or large traders try to fool you into all this. So, as retail traders, if you want to take a safer trade and not fall into the trap where you don't take a trade from between, because the risk associated at that level is very, very high. So, I would never ever encourage any of my audiences to take trade from between. Wait until it reaches the exhaustion levels on the RSI. My 5 minutes chart has not reached exhaustion levels. My 15 minutes chart has also not reached. My 45 minutes also has not reached. It's like on all the charts, basically, it's in the consolidation phase right now. So the imaginary support and resistances that we created, basically, that only is actually the price is just hovering around those areas only. So there is no need for us to take trades during those phases. Because it's very risky. A, you will log the money here. B, till the time it reaches the exhaustion levels and comes up, it will be like you lose out your patience and you never know if you haven't observed if the trend was changing and the trend changes completely, you have a lot to risk and the money can get locked for a longer period of time. So never ever take trade during the mid sections until it reaches exhaustion levels is when we take the trade. Keep this as a rule, thumb of rules, thumb rule, whatever you call it. All right. So let's continue. The market is going very, very slow. You can continue trading. I will also join you guys after 5 to 10 minutes of small little break, and we'll continue talking about if we get any buy or sell positions. Right now, just about a couple of minutes ago, we took 2 trades. One of them was successful. We made some little profit, but one of them was not successful. So we didn't make profits there. So you have to watch out what is working for you and what is not. Both spot trading and futures trading is available on the Zbit platform. but whatever you understand to the core is what you should get into, because both are very, very risky. However, as for me, if you ask me, spot trading is a little much easier to begin with, because the futures trading is a bit of complicated concepts and things like that. So you have to just learn first, step into it with sword trading, and then maybe you can step into it with futures too at a later time. So let's continue talking about all these things after a little period of time, and then we'll connect once again. So guys, I'm back. I have some black coffee. So it's in a consolidation phase for sure. Let's see the overall trend, what it's looking like for Ethereum. I'm going to close this and open my moving averages. $50 and 200 period, I'll see. 50 period. And then I have my 200-day period. I'll change this color to yellow. This will be 200 mA. Okay, so obviously on my shorter time period, I don't need to check it because there's no use of checking it on shorter time periods. Because it will not give you the overall trend. If you want to know the overall trend, you have to check it on the long-term trend. You have to check it on longer time frames. So 1 hour chart, you can see, my God, such a complicated thing to watch out. I don't know how to read this. Basically, it's a confusing state of mind. Let me check it on 4 hours. It doesn't give clarity. All right, so my 50-day period basically is in a very, very, very weird scenarios. For few days, the price was below 50-day. Looks like today also the price is below 50-day period. But my 200 SMA price is above that. I don't know, there is no clarity or so definitely price is above 200 SMA. And for 50 SMA, it's a bit tricky here. I'm not able to decide because it's just crossing through it. Today being price is a little up. I don't know. It's a confused state of mind for sure. The 200 estimates are quite clear. The price is above it. For 50 estimates, a bit tricky here because there's no proper clarity out here. That's the issue. Few days it's showing as price like until here also till this zone, till this level. Here, there is my brush. Let me point it out. Till this level also the price was up. But here is where it started coming down. The moving average got impacted here. So So both these moving averages has to be always, the price always has to be above the moving averages. That's when we know that the bulls are in control. But if the moving averages are above the price, it does indicate it is basically, in the downtrend, and it is basically the sellers are in control at that point in time. That is what it means. So guys, before 10 p.m. today, Dubai time, if you see the price is going any further down for any of the cryptocurrencies, you have the chance to buy it. If the Fed decision comes up, then you might see that the prices will go up. That's likely to happen. So let's just hope before the Fed decision comes out, Ethereum or Sui, or for that matter, any other cryptocurrency that you're trading in should reach their exhaustion levels so that we'll have some good position coming. So price 200 MA is clear, but 50 MA is a bit tricky here. So let's see. Buy, short, sell, long positions at the moment. The sideways market is very crazy market, guys. Trust me. Doesn't give you any kind of position. So we are trading at 5.6. We have to still reach the exhaustion level, still not. Mhm. So you can see clearly that market is in consolidation phase. All these indecision candles are pointing out towards that only. First way, it's the thing, indecision, and it's in a consolidation phase right now. I'm going to take a small 5 minutes break and let's just see if we can get a buy or a sell position. I think today we were able to do a bit of, I think we were able to execute an order for futures trading. That's how I do futures trading. So I hope that was helpful. Let's continue to stream. Let's continue to talk after small 5 to 10 minutes of break. Guys, so with that, we come to an end of another session. So I think today was at this moment right now, market is just consolidating, is what I get the feeling, because it's just not able to pick up the pace that it is supposed to. However, I would like you guys to be cautious. I want you guys to be cautious while you trade, because crypto markets are highly volatile and anything can happen in a day. So be smart traders, all right? And in just 2 hours from here, I'm in Dubai, so in just 2 hours from here, I don't know what time is as per your country. So there is going to be FOMC meeting, which is going to conclude on the rate cuts or the rate increments or whatever. So let's just see what will happen on that front end. Then we will get to know what's in store for all of us, all right? So you can see that the price is below the pivot point, but it is basically, it hasn't crossed the support and resistance for sure. First support or support resistance. Let me see it on the broker charts. Bigger charts is also time frames are slightly too. Oh my god. Support one. No, time frames is just showing the same thing. This is reaching nearly almost resistance one. Price did cross the pivot point, but let's see. All right, so guys, with that we come to an end of the session. Let's continue to talk about it tomorrow. We have a FOMC meeting in next 2 hours as per the New York time, but make sure you watch the meeting, whatever it is, because that is going to be a significant driver for all the cryptos today. Hopefully, we'll see some price surging crazily today. The markets are going to be highly volatile. So you have to be like really careful in terms of whatever you're investing into. So be careful of what you invest and make sure you invest that much only which you think you can afford to lose. And also trade safely, guys. Be safe while you're trading. Have a great evening ahead, and I will see you tomorrow at the same time between 4 to 8 p.m. And until then, take care and have a great evening. This is Nida Afrin signing off from Zbet. Let's catch up tomorrow.